Good morning to one and all present over here and the live audience watching today. I, myself, Kushala, is the host of the show. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of SandHut Sports Club to this exciting event. SandHut Sports Club was founded in the year 2023 by a group of passionate cricket enthusiasts and excited ones. SandHut Sports Club has grown into one of the premier cricket clubs in the region, hosting tournaments and events that draw players from all over the India and beyond. Our mission is to promote sportsmanship, teamwork, and fair play both on and off of the field. We believe cricket is more than just a game. It's a way to bring people together, foster community, and build lifelong friendship. A special welcome to the coach Nandakishore sir, to the manager Timmesh sir, to the owners, captains, and the organizing and the technical team to the show. We all know it's our tradition to light the lamp before any good event. So I request the owners of all the teams to come and light the lamp for this occasion. Thank you, owners, for lighting the lamp and starting the show. Now, now let me introduce you all to the teams and the owners and captains of it. The team White Lions is owned by Mr. Ajay Kumar and the captain Yashwant K. The team Power Bulls is owned by Mr. Mahesh and the captain Lokesh Babu. Next, the team The Goats owned by Mr. M.R. Ganashaman and the captain M.R. Ganasheshan. And last but not the least, the Martial Kings owned by Mr. Kamal P and the captain Vamshit K. Gowda. Before starting the bidding auction, let me explain you all the bidding rules. From the base points 500 to 1000 points, a minimum 100 points will be raised. After 1000 till 2000 points, minimum 2000 points will be raised. From 2000 to 5000 points, minimum 250 points will be raised. From 5000 and above, minimum 500 points will be raised. Let me explain you the terms and conditions also. Any disputes arising during the auction will be resolved by the SPL organizing committee and their decision will be final. Teams exceeding the maximum player limit will face penalties. Payment of auction points must be settled as per the auction guidelines. SandHut Sports Club reserves the right to amend any rules if required for fair play. Thank you. So let me start the auction. The set one will be batsman, and the player is Danush Gowda R. The player Danush Gowda R from SandHut Sports Club. Points. Points ಏನು ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. Batsman Danush Gowda R from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Danush Gowda R with the base point 500 to the goats. Danush Gowda R with the base points 500 is bidded to 600. Danush Gowda R 600. Danush Gowda R 600. Is anyone interested in Danush Gowda R? Or shall I claim? Danush Gowda R. Danush Gowda R first call, Danush Gowda R second call, and Danush Gowda R third call is bidded to 600. It's sold to 0.600 to the goats. Next batsman, Srinivas P from SandHut Sports Club. Srinivas P from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Srinivas P with the base points 500. Would any time like to take Srinivas P? Last call. Srinivas P with the base points 500. Srinivas P with the base points 500. Srinivas B with the base points 500. Srinivas P with the base points 500 is unsold. Next batsman is Bhavish. Bhavish Nalan from SandHut Sports Club. Bhavish Nalal P with the base points 1500. Power Bulls, Bhavish Nalal P 1500. 1700 Bhavish Nalan to the goats. 1900 to the Power Bulls. Bhavish P 2100. 2350 to the Power Bulls. 2000 plus 250. 2600 to the goats. 2750 to the Power Bulls. 850. 2850 to the Power Bulls. 2850 plus 250. 3000 to the goats. 3250 to the Power Bulls. Bhavesh Nalan 3250. 3500 to the goats. 3750 to the Power Bulls. Is anyone interested? 3750. 4000 to White Lions. 4250 to the goats. 4500 to the Power Bulls. 4500 Power Bulls. 4750 White Lions. 5000 Power Bulls. 5000 Power Bulls. 5500 to the White Lions. 6000 Power Bulls. 6000 Power Bulls. White Lions, are you interested? Anyone else? 6000 Bhavish Nalan to the Power Bulls. First call. 6000 Bhavish Nalan to the White Power Bulls. Second call. 6000 Bhavish Nalan to the Power Bulls. Third call. Bhavish Nalan is sold to Power Bulls. Bhavish ಬೇರೆ Bhavish Nalan ಬೇರೆನಾ? Shit. Shit. Next place is Nandan DM from SandHut Sports Club. Nandan DM for 500 base points. Nandan DM 500 base points. Nandan DM 500 base points. Marshall Kings. Nandan DM. Nandan DM first call. Nandan DM second call. Nandan DM third call is unsold. Next player is Uday D from Tranam Cricket Academy. Uday D from Tranam Cricket Academy with the base points 1000. Uday D with the base points 1000. Uday D with the base points 1000 to Marshall Kings. Marshall Kings 1000. White Lions 1200. White Lions 1200. Marshall Kings 1400. The Goats 1600. The Goats 1600. Marshall Kings 1800. Marshall Kings 1800. Other teams for Uday D 2000 for Power Bulls. 2000 Power Bulls. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2500 Power Bulls. 2500 Power Bulls. 2750 Marshall Kings. 2750 Marshall Kings. 2750 Marshall Kings. Is anyone else interested? 2750 Marshall Kings. 3000 Power Bulls. 3000 Power Bulls. 3250 Marshall Kings. 3250 Marshall Kings. 3500 Power Bulls. 3500 Power Bulls. 3750 Marshall Kings. 3750 Marshall Kings. 3750 Marshall Kings. Power Bulls 3750. Any other team interested? Current bid 3750 for Uday. Current bid 3750 for Uday. Okay, the teams are taking some time to discuss. 4000 for Power Bulls. Uday D 4000 Power Bulls. 4250 Marshall Kings. 4250 Marshall Kings. 4250 Marshall Kings. 4500 Power Bulls. 4,500 Power Bulls, 4,750 Marshall Kings, 4,750 Marshall Kings, Uday D for 4,750 Marshall Kings first call, 4,750 for Marshall Kings second call, Uday D 4,750 for Marshall Kings third call, and his sold. And the next player is Bhavish. Next player is Bhavish from PET Mandya. Bhavish with the base points 1,000. Bhavish with the base points 1,000. 1,100 the goats. 1,300 white lions. 1,300 white lions. 1,500 the goats. 1,500 the goats. 1,700 white lions. 1,700 the 1,900 the goats. 2,100 white lions. 2,350 the goats. 2,350 the goats. 2,350 the 2,350 plus 250. 2,600 white lions. 2,350. 2,500. 2,500 the white lions. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 white lions. 3,250 goats. 3,500 white lions. 3,750 the goats. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 power bulls. 4,250 the goats. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 power bulls. 4,500 power bulls. 4,500 power bulls. Is any other team interested? 4,500. 4,750 white lions. 4,750 white lions. 5,000 power bulls. 5,000 power bulls. 5,500 white lions. 5,500 white lions. 5,500 white lions. 6,000 power bulls. 6,000 power bulls. 6,500 white lions. 6,500 White Lions. 6,500 White Lions. 6,500 White Lions. 2,000 Power Bulls. White Lions. 6,500 White Lions. First call, 6,500 White Lions. Second call, 6,500 White Lions. Third call, and Bhavish is sold to White Lions. Next player is Shivakumar CK, SandHut Sports Club. Shivakumar CK from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Shivakumar CK with the base points 500. Shivakumar CK with the base points 500. Does any team want to bid for Shivakumar CK? Shivakumar CK first call. Shivakumar CK second call. Shivakumar CK third call, and he is unsold. The next player is Aditya Yadav from SandHut Sports Club. Aditya Yadav with the base points 500. Aditya Yadav with the base points 500. Aditya Yadav 600 White Lions. 700 the Goats. 800 White Lions. 900 the Goats. 1,000 White Lions. 1,200 the Goats. 1,200 the Goats. 1,200 the Goats. White Lions. 1,200 the Goats. Is White Lions interested? 1,200 Aditya Yadav first call. 1,200 Aditya Yadav second call. 1,400 White Lions. 1,400 White Lions first call. 1,400 White Lions second call. And 1,400 Aditya Yadav White Lions third call. Aditya Yadav is sold to White Lions. The next player is Dishant Gowda R from SandHut Sports Club. Dishant Gowda with the base points 500. Dishant Gowda with the base points 500. Dishant Gowda with the base points 500. Teams Dishant Gowda are with the base points 500. Dishant Gowda are first call. Dishant Gowda are second call. Dishant Gowda are third call. He is unsold. The next player is Vishnu R. The next player Vishnu R with the base points 1000. Vishnu R with the base points 1000. Vishnu R 1100 the goat. Vishnu R 1200 the goats. 1200 the goats. 1200 the goats. 1400 Marshall Kings. 1600 the goats. 1600 the goats. 1800 Marshall Kings. 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2500 the goats. 2500 the goats. 2750 Marshall Kings. 3000 Power Bulls. 3250 the goats. 3500 Power Bulls. 3750 the goats. 3750 the goats. 4000 Power Bulls. 4250 the goats. 4250 the goats. 4500 Power Bulls. 4750 the goats. 5000 Power Bulls. 5500 the goats. 5500 the goats. 6000 Power Bulls. 6500 the goats. 6500 the goats. 6500 the goats. The goats 6500. First call, the goats 6500. Second call, the goats 6500. Okay, Power Bulls is waiting. Wait. Vishnu R is still with the goats with 6500. Vishnu R 6000. Vishnu R 7000. Vishnu has 7,000 power bulls. 7,500 the goats. 7,500 the goats. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 power bulls. 8,500 the goats. 8,500 the goats. 8,500 the goats. 8,500 the goats. 8,500 first call the goats. 8,500 second call the goats. 'Marshall Kings', 'White Lions', 'Marshall Kings', 'Power Bulls'. 8,500 the goats first call. 8,500 the goats second call. And the final call, 8,500 the goats. Vishnu R is sold to White the goats. The next player is Ayan from SandHut Sports Club. Next player is Ayan from SandHut Sports Club with the points 1,000. Ayan with the base points 1,000. 1,200 White Lions. 1,200 White Lions. 1,200 White Lions. 1,400 Power Bulls. 1,400 Power Bulls. 1,400 Power Bulls. 1,600 White Lions. 1,600 White Lions. 1,600 White Lions. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 2,000 Power Bulls. 2,000 Power Bulls. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 White Lions. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 Power Bulls. 3,000 Power Bulls. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings. White Lions and Power Bulls, your decision. 3,250 Marshall Kings, first call. 3,250 Marshall Kings, second call. 3,250 Ian to Marshall Kings, third call. Ian is sold to Marshall Kings for 3,250. Next player is Shashank Gowda S from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Shashank Gowda S with the base points 500. Shashank Gowda S with the base points 500. Teams Shashank Gowda S. Shashank Gowda S first call. Shashank Gowda S second call. Shashank Gowda S third call, and he is unsold. The next player is Kushal P from Tranaus Cricket Academy. Kushal P from Tranaus Cricket Academy with the base points 1,000. Kushal P base points 1,000. 1,200 Power Bulls. 1,200 Power Bulls. 1,200 Power Bulls. 200. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,600 Power Bulls. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 2,000 Power Bulls. 2,000 Power Bulls. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 Power Bulls. 2,500 Power Bulls. 2,500 Power Bulls. Marshall Kings. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 Power Bulls. 3,000 Power Bulls. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 250. 3,500 power bulls. 3,500 power bulls. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. Is Powerball still interested? 3,750 Marshall Kings first call. 3,750 Marshall Kings second call. 3,750 Marshall Kings third call, and Kushal P is sold to Marshall Kings. Next player is Surya DC from Trans Cricket Academy with the base points 1,000. 1,200 the goats. 1,200 the goats. 1,400 power bulls. 1,600 the goats. 1,600 the goats. 1,600, 1,800 white lions. 2,000 the goats. 2,000 the goats. 2,000 the goats. 2,250 white lions. 2,500 the goats. 2,750 white lions. 2,750 white lions. 3,000 the goats. 3,250 white lions. 3,500 the goats. 3,750, 4,000 the goats. 4,250, 4,500 the goats. 4,750 white lions. 5,000 white lions. 5,500 the goats. 5,500 the goats. 5,600, 6,000 white lions. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 white lions. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 white lions. 8,000 white lions. 8,500 the goats. 9,000 white lions. 9,000. 9,000 white lions. 9,500 the goats. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 white lions. 10,000 white lions first call. 10,000 white lions second call. 10,500 Marshall Kings. Okay, Marshall Kings is into the competition now. 10,500 Marshall Kings. 10,500 Marshall Kings. What is white lions up to? White Lions, 10,500 Marshall Kings, is the Goats still interested? White Lions, 11,000 White Lions. Okay, a tough competition now. 11,000 White Lions. Marshall Kings, your decision. 11,000 White Lions first call. 11,000 White Lions second call. 11,000 White Lions third call. And Surya DS is sold to White Lions. The next player is Mohit SG from Trans Cricket Academy. With the base points, 1,000. Mohit SG with the base points, 1,000. Mohit SG, 1,000. Mohit SG, the goats, 1,200. The goats, 1,200. $1,200, the goats. $1,200, the goats. Other teams? Mohit SG, 1,200, the goats. 1,400, power bulls. 1,600, the goats. 1,600, the goats. Mohit SG, 1,600, the goats. Is power bulls interested to take a call? 1,600, the goats first call. 1,800, power bulls. 2,000, the goats. 2,000, the goats. 2,000, the goats. 2,000, the goats first call. Is power bulls interested? 2,000, the goats second call. 2,000, the goats third call, and Mohit SG is sold to the goats. Next player is Virat Raghav M from SandHut Sports Club. Virat Raghav M from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,000. Virat with the base points 1,000. Okay, it is changed. Now Virat Raghav with the base points 500. Virat Raghav with the base points 500. Virat Raghav, base points 500. Is any team interested? 600 power bulls. 600 power bulls. 600 power bulls. Goats. White lions. Your decision. White lions. Marshall kings. Virat Raghav. 600 power bulls. First call. 600 power bulls. Second call. 600 power bulls. Third call. And Virat Raghav is sold to power bulls with a point 600. Okay, the first set is finished now. Let us take a break for 10 minutes and be back again. Welcome back you all to the event again. So now, next set is Wicket Creepers. The first name is Jeevan Prem Kumar with the base price 500. Jeevan Prem Kumar with the base price 500. Jeevan Prem Kumar with the base price 500. Jeevan Prem Kumar, first call. Jeevan Prem Kumar, second call. Jeevan Prem Kumar, third call remains unsold. The next player is Dhanraj JR from SandHut Sports Club with the base price 1000. Dhanraj JR from SandHut Sports Club with the base price 1000. The goats 1000. The goats 1000. The goats 1000. Any other team interested? Marshall Kings, Power Bulls, White Lions, Power Bulls, your decision. Dhanraj JR 1200 Power Bulls. 1200 Power Bulls, 1400 the goats. 1400 the goats. 1600 the Power Bulls. 1800 the goats. 1800 the goats. Power Bulls, are you still in the competition? 1800 the goats. 2000 Power Bulls. 2000 Power Bulls. Goats. Dhanraj JR 2000 Power Bulls first call. 2000 Power Bulls second call. 2000 Power Bulls third call. Dhanraj JR from SandHut Sports Club is sold to Power Bulls. Next player is Nihar Keshava from East West Academy with the base points 1000. Towns are East West. East West. East West. East West. Nihar Keshava from East West Academy with the base points 1000. Goat seems to be interested. Nihar Keshava 1000. 1000 Marshall Kings. 1000 for Marshall Kings. 1000 Marshall Kings. 1000 Marshall Kings. Other teams, 1200 the goats. 1200 the goats. 1200 the goats. Power bulls and white lions. Okay, still taking time. Marshall Kings in the competition. I'll take a call then. 1200 first call the goats. 1200 1400 Marshall Kings. 1400 Marshall Kings. 1400 Marshall Kings. Other teams, Nihar Keshav, 1400. Power bulls, goats your decision. White lions, 1400 Marshall Kings first call. 1400 Marshall King second call. And 1400 Marshall King third call. Nihar Keshava is sold to Marshall Kings with the points 1400. And the next player is Aman Raj from Aman Raj with the base points 2000. 2250 ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರು ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಸಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊ Aman Raj base points 2000. Come on teams, start bidding. 1200 the goats. 2250 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2500 the goats. 2750 Power Bulls. 3000 the goats. 3250 Marshall Kings. The goats. 3500 the goats. 3750 Marshall Kings. 4000 the goats. 4000 the goats. 4000 the goats. 4250 Marshall Kings. 4500 the goats. 4500 the goats. 4750 Power Bulls. 5000 the goats. 5000 the goats. 5250 Marshall. 5500 Marshall Kings. 6000 the goats. 6000 the goats. 6000 the goats. 6,000 the goats first call. 6,000 the goats second call. 6,500 white lions. 7,000 marshal kings. 7,500 the goats. 7,500 the goats. 7,500 the goats. 7,500 goats first call. 8,000 marshal kings. 8,000 marshal kings. 8,500 white lions. 8,500 white lions. 8,500 white lions. 8,500 white lions first call. 8,500 white lions second call. 8,500. 9,000 the goats. 9,000 the goats. 9,000 the goats first call. 9,000 the goats second call. 9,500 white lions. Power bulls. Power bulls. I'm gonna take a final call with the white lions. 9,500 white lions first call. 9,500 white lions second call. 9,500 white lions third call, and Aman Raj is sold to white lions with the points 9,500. The next player is Vaibhav from PET Mandya with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. Vaibhav for 1,000 to the goats. 1,200 marshal kings. 1,400 power bulls. 1,600 the goats. 1,800 power bulls. 2,000 goats. 2,000 the goats. 2,250 marshal kings. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,750 power bulls. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 to the goat. 3,250. 3,500 for the goats. 3,500 the goats. 3,500 the goats. First call. 3,500 the goats. Second call. 3,500 the goats. Third call. And Vaibhav is sold to the goats for 3,500 points. The next player is Gautam from Rouse Cricket Academy. Gautam with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 power bulls. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats. 1,600 marshal kings. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 power bulls. 2,250 power bulls. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 2,000. 3,000 power bulls. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 power bulls. 3,750 the goats. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 power bulls. 4,000 power bulls. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 the power bulls. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 power bulls. 5,000 power bulls. Any other teams are still interested to compete? 5,000 power bulls first call. 5,000 power bulls second call. 5,500 Marshall Kings. 5,500 Marshall Kings. 6,000 power bulls. 6,000 power bulls. 6,000 power bulls. 6,500 Marshall Kings. 7,000 power bulls. 7,500 Marshall Kings. 7,500 Marshall Kings. 7,500 Marshall Kings. 7,500 Marshall Kings first call. 7,500 Marshall Kings second call. 8,000 power bulls. 8,000 power bulls. 8,000 power bulls. 8,000 power bulls first call. 8,500 Marshall Kings. 8,500 Marshall Kings. 8,500 Marshall Kings. 8,500 Marshall Kings for Gautam. 8,500 Marshall Kings first call. Gautam. 8,500 Marshall Kings second call. Is Parbal still interested? 8,500 Gautam first call. 8,500 Gautam second call. 8,500 Gautam third call, and Gautam is sold to Marshall Kings for the points 8,500. Unsold. Unsold. It was unsold. Bairesh with the base points 1000 from East West Cricket Academy. Bairesh with the base points 1000. No team seems to be interested. Or okay, the teams are taking the time. Bairesh A 1000 Parbles. 1000 Parbles. 1200 White Lions. 1400 Parbles. 1400 Parbles. Marshall Kings. The Goats. 1400 Parbles. White Lions. Yet to be decided. 1400 Parbles. Goats. Any time. White Lions. 1400 Parbles first call. 1400 Parbles second call. And final call 1400 Parbles third call. And Bairesh A is sold to Parbles for the points 1400. Next player is Parth and Patel from East West Cricket Academy with the 1000 Parbles. 1000 Parbles. 1200 White Lions. 1200 White Lions. 1400 the Goats. 1400 the Goats. 1400 the Goats. Thousand four hundred the Goats. 1600 Parbles. 1600 Parbles. 1600 Parbles. Other teams Marshall Kings, White Lions, 1600 Power Bulls, 1800 White Lions, 2000 Power Bulls, 2000 Power Bulls, 2000 Power Bulls, 2250 White Lions, 2250 White Lions, 2500 the Goats, 2500 the Goats, White Lions, your decision. Power Bulls, Marshall Kings. I'm gonna take a final call. 2500 the Goats first call, 2500 the Goats second call, 2500 the Goats third call, and path is chosen taken by the Goats for points 2500. Rishikesh with the base points 1000. Rishikesh with the base points 1000. Marshall Kings 1000. Marshall Kings 1000. गाड़ी की Marshall Kings 1000 for Rishikesh. 1200 Power Bulls. 1200 Power Bulls. 1200 Power Bulls. 1400 Marshall Kings. 1400 Marshall Kings. 1600 Power Bulls. 1600 Power Bulls. 1600 Power Bulls. 1800 Marshall Kings. 1800 Marshall Kings. 1800 Marshall Kings. 2000 Power Bulls. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2250 Marshall Kings first call. 2250 Marshall Kings second call. 2250 Marshall Kings third call, and Rishikesh is sold to Marshall Kings with the points 2250. Club with the base points 500. Hema Priya with the base points 500. 600 parables. 500 parables. 500 parables. Hemapriya V. 500 parables. Parables 500. The goats. White lions. Hemapriya. Goats. Marshall kings. 500 parables first call. 500 parables second call. 500 parables third call, and Hemapriya is sold to parables with the points 500. Next player is Dhawan B from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1000. 1000 the goats. 1000 the goats. Dhawan 1000 the goats. 1000 the goats. Other teams. 1200 parables. 1200 parables. 1400 the goats. 1400 the goats. 1400 the goats. White lions. 1400. Dhawan. 1600 white lions. 1800 parables. 2000 white lions. 2000 white lions. 2000 white lions. Is Parble still interested? $2,000 white lions. 2,250 Parbles. 2,250 Parbles. 2,250 Parbles. White lions. I'm gonna take a final call now. 2,250 Parbles first call. 2,500 white lions. 2,500 white lions. 2,700. 2,750 power bulls. 2,750 power bulls. 2,750 power bulls. First call. 2,750 power bulls. Second call. 2,750 power bulls. Third call. And the one is sold to power bulls with the points 2,750. Next player is Pujyat from PET Mandia with the base points 1,000. With the base points 1,000. 1,000 white lions. 1,200 power bulls. 1,400 white lions. 1,400 white lions. 1,400 white lions. Pujian, 1,400 white lions. 1,600 Marshall Kings. 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 First call. 1,600 Marshall Kings. Second call. 1,800 white lions. 1,800 white. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,000 Marshall Kings. First call. 2,000 Marshall Kings. Second call. 2,250 power bulls. 2,250 power bulls. 2,250 power bulls. 2,250 power bulls. First call. 2,500 Marshall Kings. 2,500. 2,750 power bulls. 2,750 power bulls. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,250 power bulls. 3,250 power bulls. 3,250 power bulls. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 power bulls. 3,750 power bulls. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,250 Power Bulls. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,750 Power Bulls. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,500 Power Bulls. 5,500 Power Bulls. 5,500 Power Bulls. 5,500 Power Bulls. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,500 Power Bulls. 6,500 Power Bulls. 6,500 Power Bulls. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,500 Power Bulls. 7,500 Power Bulls. 7,500 Power Bulls. 7,500 Power Bulls first call. 7,500 Power Bulls second call. 7,500 Power Bulls third call. And Pujant is sold to Power Bulls for 7,500. Next is Prithvi Kumar from Trans Cricket Academy. Prithvi Kumar with the base points 1,000. Prithvi Kumar 1,000 Marshall Kings. 1,000 Marshall Kings. 1000 Marshall Kings, 1200 Powerbulls, 1200 Powerbulls, 1400 Marshall Kings, 1600 Powerbulls, 1600 Powerbulls, 1600 Powerbulls, 1600 Powerbulls, 1800 Marshall Kings, 1800 Marshall Kings, 2000 Powerbulls, 2000 Powerbulls, 2000 Powerbulls, the goats, white lions, 2250 Marshall Kings, 2250 Marshall Kings, 2500 Powerbulls, 2500 Powerbulls, 2750 Marshall Kings, 2750 Marshall Kings, 3000 Powerbulls, 3000 Powerbulls, 3250 Marshall Kings, 3250 Marshall Kings, 3250 Marshall Kings. Abhi, 3250. 3250. 3250 Marshall Kings. 3250 Marshall Kings. Powerball seems to bid more. 3250 Marshall Kings first call. 3250 Marshall Kings second call. 3250 Marshall Kings third call, and Prithvi Kumar is sold to Marshall Kings with the points 3250. Next player is Vishal Kumar Shetty from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 2000. Vishal Kumar Shetty, base points 2000. Vishal Kumar Shetty, base points 1000. 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 Update ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. Vishal Kumar Shetty, base points 1000. Is any team willing to bet? Vishal Kumar Shetty with the base points 1000, first call. He'll be remain unsold. Any teams? Vishal Kumar Shetty 1000 with the base points 1000, second call. Vishal Kumar Shetty with the base points 1000, third call, remains unsold. Two thousand the goats. 2000 the goats. 'Narsimha Prasad, 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2250 Parbulls. 2500 the goats. 2500 the goats. 2750 Parbulls. 3000 the goats. 3000 the goats. 3250 Parbulls. 3500 the goats. 3750 4000 the goats. 4250 Parbulls. 4500 the goats. 4750 Parbulls. 5000 the goats. 5500 Parbulls. 6000 the goats. 6000 the goats. 6500 Parbulls. 7000 the goats. 7000 the goats. 7500 Parbulls. 8000 the goats. 8000 the goats. 8500 Parbulls. 9000 the goats. 9500 Parbulls. 10,000 the goats. 10,000 the goats. 10,000 the goats. Is other team interested? 10,000 the goats. 10,500 Parbulls. 11,000 the goats. 11,000 the goats. 11,500 Parbulls. 12,000 the goats. 12,500 Parbulls. 12,500 Parbulls. 13,000 the goats. 13,500 Parbulls. 13,500 Parbulls. 14,000 the goats. 14,000 the goats. 14,000 the goats. 14,500 Parbulls. 15,000 the goats. 15,000 the goats. 15,000 the goats. 15,500 Parbulls. 16,000 the goats. 16,000 the goats. 16,500 parables. 16,500 parables. 16,500 parables. 17,000 the goats. 17,000 the goats. 17,000 the goats. First call. 17,500 parables. 17,500 parables. 17,500 parables. First call. 17,500 parables. Second call. 18,000 Marshall Kings. 18,000 Marshall Kings. Who appeared at the last? 18,500 parables. 18,500 parables. 18,500 parables. First call. 19,000 Marshall Kings. 19,000 Marshall Kings. 19,500 parables. 20,000 the goats. 20,000 the goats. 20,000 the goats. 20,500 Marshall Kings. The 21,000 parables. 21,000 parables. 21,000 parables. 21,500 the goats. 21,500 the goats. 21,500 the goats. 21,500 the goats. First call. 22,000 parables. 22,000 parables. 22,000 parables. First call. 22,000 parables. Second call. 22,500 white lions. Playing smarter, white lions. 22,500 white lions. 22,500 white lions. 23,000 the goats. 23,000 the goats. 23,500 parables. 23,500 parables. 23,500 parables. First call. 23,000 parables. Second call. 24,000 white lions. 24,000 white lions. 24,000 white lions. 24,000 white lions first call. 24,000 white lions second call. 25,000 power bulls. 25 marshal kings. 25,000 marshal kings. 25,000 marshal kings. 25,000 marshal kings. 25,500 power bulls. Huge competition. 25,500 power bulls. 25,500 power bulls. 25,500 power bulls. 25,500 power bulls. 25,500 power bulls first call. 25,500 power bulls second call. 26,000 white lions. 27,000 marshal kings. 27,000 marshal kings. 28,000 power bulls. 28,000 power bulls. 28,000 power bulls. 28,000 power bulls first call. 28,000 power bulls second call. 29,000 white lions. 29,000 white lions. 29,000 white lions first call. 29,000 white lions second call. 30,000 power bulls. 30,000 power bulls. 30,000 power bulls. 30,000 power bulls first call. 30,000 power bulls second call. 31,000 white lions. 31,000 white lions. 31,000 white lions. 31,000 white lions first call. Power bulls has taken some time. White lions. 31,000. 32,000 power bulls. 32,000 power bulls. 32,000 power bulls first call. 32,000 power bulls second call. 33,000 white lions. 33,000 white lions. 33,000 white lions, 34,000 parables, 34,000 parables first call, 34,000 parables second call, 35,000 white lions, 35 35,000 white lions. Next bid will be for 1,500. 35,000 white lions. 36,000 parables. 36,500 parables. 36,500 parables. 36,500 parables. 36,500 parables first call. 36,500 parables second call. 38,000 white lions. 38,000 39,500 parables. 39,500 parables. 39,500 parables. First call. 39,500 parables. Second call. 41,000 white lions. 41,000 white lions. 41,000 white lions. 41,500 white lions first call. 42,500 parables. 42,500 parables. 42,500 parables first call. 42,500 parables second call. 44,000 white lions. 44,000 white lions. 44,000 white lions first call. 44,500 44,000 white lions second call. 45,500 parables. 45,500 parables. 45,500 parables first call. 45,500 parables second call. 47,000 white lions. 47,000 white lions. 47,000 white lions. 47,000 white lions. 48,500 parables. 48,500 parables first call. 48,500 parables second call. 48,500 parables third call, and Narsimha Prasad is sold to parables. Unsold ambitions, sir. Next player is Ayush YC from Trans Cricket Academy with the base points 1000. Ayush YC with the base points 1000. Thousand White Lions. Thousand White Lions. Thousand White Lions. Thousand White Lions. Thousand White Lions first call. Thousand White Lions second call. Thousand White Lions third call, and Ayush is sold to the White Lions for points 1000. Now let's take a quick break and come back for the next set. 10 minutes. ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ, ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಅವಾಗಲೇ. $2,250 parables. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,500, 2,750 parables. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats first call. 3,000 the goats second. 3,250 by Marshall Kings. 3,500 the goats. 3,750 white lions. 4,000 parables. 4,250 the goats. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 parables. 4,750 the goats. 4,750 the goats. 4,750 the goats first call. 5,000 parables. 5,500 the goats. 5,500 the goats. 5,500 the goats first call. 5,000, 6,000 Marshall King. 6,500 the goats. 6,500 the goats. 6,500 the goats first call. 6,500 the goats second call. 7,000 parables. 7,500 Marshall Kings. 8,000 the goats. 8,000 the goats. 8,000 the goats. 8,500 parables. 9,000 the goats. 9,000 the goats. 9,500 parables. 10,000 the goats. 10,000 the goats. 10,000 the goats first call. 10,000 the goats second call. 10,500 Marshall Kings. 11,000 parables. 11,000 parables. 11,000 parables. 11,500 the goats. 12,000 parables. 12,500 the goats. 13,000 parables. 13,000 parables. 13,500 the goats. 13,500 the goats. 13,500 the goats first call. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,000 Marshall Kings first call. 14,000 Marshall Kings second call. 14,500 parables. 14,500 parables. 14,500 parables. 14,500 parables first call. 14,500 parables second call. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,000 Marshall Kings, first call. 15,000 Marshall Kings, second call. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 first call. 15,500 the goats, second call. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,000 Marshall Kings first call. 16,000 Marshall Kings second call. 16,000 Marshall Kings third call, and Dheeraj is sold to Marshall Kings with the points 16,000. The next player is Arjun from PE Team India with the base points 1000. Arjun from PE Team India with the base points 1000. White Lions 1000. 1000 White Lions. White Lions 1000. Other teams? White Lions 1000 first call. White Lions 1000 second call. White Lions 1000 third call, and Arjun is sold to White Lions with the points 1000. The next player is Manoj Gowda M from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 2000. The goats 2000. The goats 2000. The goats 2000. The goats 2000 first call. The goats 2000 second call. 2200, 2200, 250, 2250 Powerbulls, 2500 Marshall Kings, 2750 Powerbulls, 3000 the goats, 3250 Powerbulls, 3500 the goats, 3750 Powerbulls, 4000 the goats, 4250 Powerbulls, 4500 the goats, 4750 Powerbulls, 5000 the goats, 5500 Powerballs, 6000 the goats, 6500 Powerballs, 7000 the goats, 7500 Powerballs, 8000 the goats, 8500 Powerballs, 9000 the goats, 9500 Powerballs, 10,000 the goats, 10,000 the goats, 10,500 Powerballs, 11,000 the goats, 11,500 Powerballs, 12,000 the goats, 12,000 the goats, 12,500 Powerballs, 13,000 the goats, 13,000 the goats, 13,000 the goats, 13,500 Powerballs, 14,000 the goats, 14,000 the goats, 14,500 Powerballs, 15,000 the goats, 15,000 the goats. 15,000, 15,500 parbles. 16,000 the goats. 16,000 the goats. 16,500 parbles. 17,000 the goats. 17,500 parbles. 18,000 the goats. 18,000 the goats. 18,000 the goats. 18,500 parbles. 18,500 parbles. 19,000 the goats. 19,500 parbles. 19,500 parbles. Noted. 19,500 parbles. 19,500 parbles. Marshall Kings. White Lions. 19,500 parbles. 19,500 parbles first call. 19,500 parbles second call. 19,500 parbles third call, and Manoj M. Gowda is sold to parbles. Next player is Bhuvan BC from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats first call. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats first call. 1,600 Marshall Kings. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,250 the goats. 2,250 the goats. 2,500 Marshall Kings. 2,750 the goats. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,250 the goats. 5,250. 5,500 the goats. 5,500 the goats. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 Marshall Kings. 8,500 the goats. 9,000 Marshall Kings. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 10,500 the goats. 10,500 the goats first call. 10,500 the goats second. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,500 the goats. 11,500 the goats. 11,500 the goats first call. 11,500 the goats second call. 12,000 Marshall Kings. 12,500 White Lions. 13,000 Power Bulls. 13,500 the goats. 13,500 the goats. 13,500 the goats first call. 13,500 the goats second call. 13,500 the goats. 13,000, 14,000 Power Bulls, 14,500 the goats. 14,000 the goats. 14,500 Power Bulls. 15,000 the goats. 15,000 the goats. 15,500 Power Bulls. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,500 the goats. 16,500 the goats. 16,500 the goats first call. 16,500 the goats second call. 16,500 the goats third call. And Bhuvan is sold to the goats. The next player is Nirmit S from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,000. 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats first call. 1,000 the goats second call. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,400 Power Bulls. 1,600 the goats. 1,600 the goats. 1,600 the goats first call. 1,600 the goats second call. 1,800 Power Bulls. 2,000 the goats. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats. 2,500 the goats first call. 2,500 the goats second call. 2,500 the goats third call. 3,000 White Lions. 3,500 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats first call. 3,000 the goats second call. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,500 the goats. 3,500 the goats. 3,500 the goats. First call. 3,500 the goats. Second. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. First call. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,750 Marshall Kings. Second call. 3,750 Marshall Kings. Second call. 4,000 power bulls. 4,000 power bulls. 4,000 power bulls. 4,000 power bulls. First call. 4,000 power bulls. Second call. 4,250 Marshall Kings. 4,250 Marshall Kings. 4,250 Marshall Kings. First call. 4,250 Marshall Kings. Second call. 4,250 Marshall Kings. Third call, and Nirmat is sold to Marshall Kings. And the next player is Prayag Vaigoda from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 white lions. 1,400 the goats. 1,600 white lions. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 white lions. 2,250 the goats. 2,500 the white lions. 2,750 the goats. 2,750 the goats. 2,750 the goats. First call. 2,750 the goats. Second call. 2,750 the goats. Third call. And Prayag is sold to the goats for 2,750. And the next player is, with the huge competition, Abhilash K from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 2,000. 2,000 the goats. 2,200 Marshall Kings. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 the goats. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 the goats. 3,250 power bulls. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 power bulls. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 power bulls. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 power bulls. 5,500 the goats. 6,000 power bulls. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 power bulls. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 power bulls. 8,500 the goats. 9,000 power bulls. 9,500 the goats. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 10,500 the goats. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,500 the goats. 12,000 Marshall Kings. 12,500 the goats. 13,000 Marshall Kings. 13,500 the goats. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,500 the goats. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 the goats. 16,000 Marshall Kings, 16,500 the goats. 17,000 Marshall Kings, 17,500 the goats. 18,000 Marshall Kings, 18,500 the goats. 19,000 Marshall Kings, 19,500 the goats. 20,000 Marshall Kings, 20,500 the goats. 20,500 the goats. 20,500 the goats. 21,000 Marshall Kings, 21,500 the goats. 22,000 Marshall Kings, 22,500 the goats. 22,500 the goats. 23,000 Marshall Kings, 23,500 the goats. 24,000 Marshall Kings, 24,500 the goats. 25,000 Marshall Kings, 25,500 the goats. 26,000 Marshall Kings, 26,500 the goats. 26,500 the goats. 27,000 Marshall Kings, 27,500 the goats. 28,000 Marshall Kings, 28,500 the goats. 29,000 Marshall Kings, 29,500 the goats. 30,000 Marshall Kings, 31,000 the goats. 31,000 the goats. 31,000 the goats. 31,000 the goats. First call. 31,000 the goats. Second call. 33,000 White Lions. 34,000 Marshall Kings. 35,000 the goats. 35,000 the goats. 35,000 first call the goats. 35,000. 36,000 White Lions. 37,000 the goats. 37,000 the goats. 31,000. 37,000 the goats. First call. 38 the goat. 38,000 White Lions. 39,000 the goats. 39,000 the goats. 39,000 the goats. First call. 39,000 the goats. Second call. 40,000 White Lions. 41,500 the goats. 41,500. 41,500 the goats. 41,500 the goats. First call. 41,500 the goats. Second call. 43,000 White Lions. 44,500 the goats. 44,500 the goats. 15. 44,500 the goats. First call. 44,500 the goats. Second call. 46,000 Marshall Kings. 47,500 the goats. Sorry, White Lions. 47,500 the goats. 47,500 the goats. First call. 47,500 the goats. Second call. 49,000 White Lions. 50,500 the goats. 50,500 the goats. 50,500 the goats. First 50,000, 52,500 White Lions. 52,500 White Lions. 52,500 White Lions. First call. 52,500 White Lions. Second call. 54,000 the goats. 54,500 the goats, first call. 54,500 the goats, second call. 56,500 white lions. 56,500 white lions, first call. 56,500 white lions, second call. 56,000. 58,500 the goats. 58,500 the goats. ले क्या क्या रखते हैं 58,500 plus 2,100 58,500 the goats, first call. 58,500 the goats, second call. 60,500 white lions. 60,500 white lions. 60,500 white lions, first call. 60,500 white lions, second call. 62,500 the goats. 62,500 the goats. 62,500 the goats, first call. 62,500 the goats, second call. 64,500 white lions. 64,000 white lions, first call. 64,000 white lions, second call. 64,500 white lions, third call, and Abhilash K is sold to white lions for 64,500. Next player is Preetham P from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,600. Preetham P 1,600. Preetham P 1,600 Marshall Kings. Illa 600. 1,600 Marshall, 1,800 the goats. 2,000 Marshall Kings, 2,250 the goats. 2,500 the Marshall Kings. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,500 the goats. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 Marshall Kings. 8,500 the goats. 9,000 Marshall Kings. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,500 the goats. 12,000 Marshall Kings. 12,500 the goats. 13,000 Marshall Kings. 13,500 the goats. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,500 the goats. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,500 the goats. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,500 the goats. 17,000 Marshall Kings. 17,500 the goats. 18,000 Marshall Kings. 18,500 the goats. 19,000 Marshall Kings. 19,500 the goats. 19,500 the goats. 20,000 Marshall Kings. 20,500 the goats. 20,500 the goats. 21,500 Powerballs. 22,000 Marshall Kings. 21,000 the goats. 21,000 the goats. 21,500 Marshall Kings. 22,000 the goats. 22,000 the goats. 22,500 Marshall Kings. 23,000 the goats. 23,000 the goats. 23,500 Marshall Kings. 24,000 the goats. 24,500 Marshall Kings. 25,000 the goats. 25,000 the goats. 25,000 the goats. First call. 25,000 the goats. Second call. 25,000 the goats. Third call. And Preetham P is sold to the goats for 25,000 points. And the next player is Rahul MR from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,600. Rahul MR with the base points 1,600. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 2,000 Power Bulls. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 Power Bulls. 2,500 Power Bulls. 2,500 Power Bulls first call. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 Power Bulls. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,250 Marshall Kings first call. 3,250 Marshall Kings second call. 3,500 White Lions. 3,750 Power Bulls. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,000 Marshall Kings first call. 4,000 Marshall Kings second call. 4,250 Power Bulls. 4,250 Power Bulls. 4,250 Power Bulls first call. 4,250 Power Bulls second call. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,500 Marshall Kings first call. 4,750 Power Bulls. 4,750 Power Bulls. 4,750. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,500 Power Bulls. 5,500 Power Bulls. 5,500 Power Bulls first call. 5,500 Power Bulls second call. 5,500 Power Bulls third call, and Rahul MR is sold to Power Bulls. The points 5,500. And the next player is Lucky R. Yadav from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. 500 the goats. 600 White Lions. 700 the goats. 800 White Lions. 900 the goats. 1,000 White Lions. 1,200 the goats. 1,200 the goats. 1,200 the goats first call. 1,400 White Lions. 1,600 the goats. 1,600 the goats. 1,600 the goats first call. 1600 the goats, second call. 1800 Marshall Kings, 2000 the goats. 2250 Marshall Kings, 2500 the goats. 2750 Marshall Kings, 3000 the goats. 3250 Marshall Kings, 3500 the goats. 3750 Marshall Kings, 4000 the goats. 4250 Marshall Kings, 4500 the goats. 4750 Marshall Kings, 4750 Marshall Kings, 4750 Marshall Kings first call, 4750 Marshall Kings second call, 4750 Marshall Kings third call, and Lucky R Yadav is sold to Marshall Kings with the points 4750. And the last player is Ritik V. Gowda from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Ritik V. Gowda with the base points 500. 6000 White Lions. 600 White Lions. 500 White Lions. 500 White Lions. 500 White Lions first call, 500 White Lions second call, 500 White Lions third call, and Ritik V. Gowda is sold to White Lions. The last set is bowler set now. The first player is Samarth Shetty from Trowns Cricket Academy with the base points 1000. Samarth Shetty with the base points 1000. Samarth Shetty with the base points 1000. Samarth Shetty with the base points 1000 first call. Samarth Shetty second call. Samarth Shetty 1200 the goats. 1000 the goats. 1200 White Lions. 1400 Power Bulls. 1400 Power Bulls. 1400 Power Bulls. 1600 White Lions. 1600 White Lions. 1600 White Lions. Your decision, other teams. 1600 White Lions first call. 1600 White Lions second. 1800 Power Bulls. 2000 White Lions. 2000 White Lions. 1 నిమిషం. 2000 White Lions. 2250 Power Bulls. 2500 White Lions. 2500 White Lions. 2750 Power Bulls. 3000 White Lions. 3000 White Lions. 3,500, 3,000 white lions first call, 3,000, 3,500 power bulls, 4,000 white lions, 3,500 white lions, 3,500 white lions, 3,500 white lions first call, 3,500 white lions second call, 3,750 power bulls, 4,000 white lions, 4,000 white lions first call, 4,000 white lions second call, 4,000 white lions third call, and Samar Shetty is sold to white lions with the points 4,000. Next player is Amar from Trans Cricket Academy with the base points 1,000. Amar with the base points 1,000. Amar with the base points 1,000. 1,000 white lions, the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,200 Marshall Kings first call. 1,400 power bulls. 1,400 power bulls. 1,400 power bulls first call. 1,400 power bulls second call. 1,400 power bulls third call, and Amar is sold to power bulls for 1,400. The next player is Sujan Gowda S from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. 500 the goats. 500 the goats. 600 Marshall Kings. 700 power bulls. 800 the goats. 900 Marshall Kings. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,400 the goats. 1,600 Marshall Kings. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,250 power bulls. 2,500 the goats. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats. 3,000 the goats first call. 3,250 Marshall Kings. 3,500 the goats. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 4,000 the goats. 4,250 Marshall Kings. 4,500 the goats. 4,750 Marshall Kings. 5,000 the goats. 5,000 the goats. 5,000 the goats. 5,000 the goats first call. 5,000 goats. 5,000 the goats. 5,000 the goats. 5,000 the goats. First call. 5,500 power bulls. 5,500 power bulls. 6,000 the goats. 6,000 the goats. 6,500 power bulls. 6,500 power bulls. 7,000 white lions. 7,500 power bulls. 8,000 white lions. 8,500 power bulls. 8,500 power bulls. 8,500 power bulls first call. 8,500 power bulls second call. 8,500 power bulls third call. And Sujan Esgada is sold to power bulls for 8,500. The next player is Harsha H from East West Cricket Academy with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 white lions. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats. 1,400 the goats first call. 1,600 white lions. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 white lions. 2,250 the goats. 2,500 white lions. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 white lions. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 white lions. 3,750 the goats. 3,750 the goats. 3,750 Harsha the goats. 3,750 first call, the goats first call. 3,000 4,000 white lions. 4,250 the goats. 4,250 the goats. 4,250 the goats first call. 4,250 the goats second call. 4,500 white lions. 4,750 the goats. 4,750 the goats. 4,750 the goats first call. 4,750 the goats second call. 4,750 the goats third call. And Harsha H is sold to the goats for 4,750. The next player is Kishan Kumar Nayak from SandHut Sports Club with the base price 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 white lions. 1,400 the goats. 1,600 white lions. 1,800 the goats. 1,800 the goats. 1,800 the goats first call. 1,800 the goats second call. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,250 the goats. 2,500 Marshall Kings. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 the Marshall Kings. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,500 the goats. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,500 the goats. 8,000 Marshall Kings. 8,500 the goats. 9,000 Marshall Kings. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 10,500 the goats. 10,500 the goats first call, 10,500 the goats second call, 10,500 the goats third call, and Kishan Kumar Nayak is sold to the goats. And the next player is Hriday K from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 2000. 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2250 Marshall Kings. 2500 White Lions. 2700 the 750 the goats. 3000 Marshall Kings. 3250 the goats. 3500 Power Bulls. White Lions. 4000 the goats. 4250 Marshall Kings. 4500 White Lions. 4750 Marshall Kings. 5000 the goats. 5500 Marshall Kings. 6000. Hey, ಎತ್ತಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು. 5500 Marshall Kings. 6000 White Lions. 6500 the goats. 7000 Marshall Kings. 7500 the goats. 8000 White Lions. 8500 the goats. 9,000 Marshall Kings. 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,500 the goats. 12,000 Marshall Kings. 12,500 the goats. 13,000 Marshall Kings. 13,500 the goats. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,500 the goats. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,500 the goats. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,500 the goats. 17,000 Marshall Kings. 17,500 the goats. 18,000 Marshall Kings. 18,500 the goats. 19,000 Marshall Kings. 19,500 the goats. 20,000 Marshall Kings. 20,500 the goats. 30,000 21,000 Marshall Kings. 21,500 the goats. 21,500 Marshall Kings. 22,000 the goats. 22,500 Marshall Kings. 23,000 the goats. 23,500 the Marshall Kings. 24,000 the goats. 24,500 the Marshall Kings. 25,000 the goats. 25,500 Marshall Kings. 26,000 25,500 the goats. 26,000 Marshall Kings. 26,500 the goats. 27,000 Marshall Kings. 27,500 the goats. 28,000 Marshall Kings. 28,000 Marshall Kings. 28,000 Marshall Kings for the first call. 28,500 the goats. 29,000 Marshall Kings. 29,500 the goats. Hriday K is sold to Marshall Kings for 29,500. The next player is Mayuk V from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 1,000. 1,000 the goats. 1,000 the goats. 1,200 Marshall Kings. 1,400 the goats. 1,600 Marshall Kings. 1,800 the goats. 2,000 Marshall Kings. 2,250 the goats. 2,500 the Marshall Kings. 2,750 the goats. 3,000 Marshall Kings. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 Marshall Kings. 3,750 the goats. 3,750 the goats. 4,000 Marshall Kings. 4,250 the goats. 4,500 Marshall Kings. 4,750 the goats. 5,000 Marshall Kings. 5,500 the goats. 6,000 Marshall Kings. 6,500 the goats. 7,000 Marshall Kings. 7,500 the goats. 8,000, 8,500, 9,000, 9,500 the goats. 10,000 Marshall Kings. 10,500 the goats. 11,000 Marshall Kings. 11,500 the goats. 12,000 Marshall Kings. 12,500 the goats. 13,000 Marshall Kings. 13,500 the goats. 14,000 Marshall Kings. 14,500 the goats. 15,000 Marshall Kings. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 the goats. 15,500 the goats. 16,000 Marshall Kings. 16,500 the goats. 17,000 Marshall Kings. 17,500. 17,500 the goats. 17,500 the goats. 17,500 the goats first call. 17,500 the goats second call. 17,500 the goats third call, and Mayukwi is sold to the goats with the points 17,500. The next player is Jane Carr from Trans Cricket Academy with the base points 1,000. 1,000 Marshall Kings. 1,200 White Lions. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,400 Marshall Kings. Jane Carr, Trans Cricket Academy. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,400 Marshall Kings. 1,600 White Lions. 1,800 Marshall Kings. 2,000 White Lions. 2,250 Marshall Kings. 2,500 White Lions. 2,750 Marshall Kings. 3,000 White Lions. Hey, 3,000 White Lions. 3,000 White Lions first call. 3,000 White Lions second call. 3,250 the goats. 3,500 White Lions. 3,750 Marshall Kings. 4,000 White Lions. 4,000 White Lions. 4,000 White Lions first call. 4,000 White Lions second call. 4,000 White Lions third call, and Jenkar is sold to White Lions with the points 4,000. Now let's start bidding for the unsold players. First, let's take a break for 5 minutes. ಕುತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇದ್ರೆ Check, check. Welcome you all back from a small. Welcome back you all from the small break. And now let's continue with the bidding for unsold players. Shashank Gowda with the base points 500 to Marshall Kings. 600 White Lions. 700 Marshall Kings. 800 White Lions. 900 Marshall Kings. 1000 White Lions. 1200 Marshall Kings. 1400 White Lions. 1600 Marshall Kings. 1600 Marshall Kings. 1800 White Lions. 2000 Marshall Kings. 2250 White Lions. 2500 Marshall Kings. 2500 Marshall Kings. 2500 Marshall Kings. 2500 Marshall Kings. First call. 2750 White Lions. 3000 Marshall Kings. 3000 Marshall Kings. 3000 Marshall Kings. First call. 3000 Marshall Kings. Second call. 3000 Marshall Kings. Third call. And Shashank Gowda S is sold to Marshall Kings. Next player is Shivakumar CK from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. 500 White Lions. 500 White Lions. 500 White Lions first call. 500 White Lions second call. 500 White Lions third call, and Shivakumar CK is sold to White Lions for 500 points. Next player is Jeevan Prem Kumar from wicketkeeper set from SandHut Sports Club with the base price 500. 500 the goats. 600 Parbulls. 700 the goats. 800 Parbulls. 900 the goats. 900 the goats first call. 900 the goats second call. 1000 White Lions. 1200 the goats. 1200 the goats. 1400 White Lions. 1600 the goats. 1600 the goats. 1800 White Lions. 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats. 2000 the goats first call. 2000 the goats 2250 White Lions. 2500 the goats. 2750 White Lions. 3000 the goats. 3250 White Lions. 3500 the goats. 3750 White Lions. 4000 the goats. 4000 the goats. Jeevan Prem Kumar first call. 4000 the goats second call. 4000 the goats third call, and Jeevan Prem Kumar is sold to the goats for 1400. The next player is Srinivas P, the batsman from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. Srinivas P. White Lions 500. Parbal 600. 700 white lions. 800 parbals. 900 white lions. 900 white lions first call. 1000 the goats. 1000 the goats. 900 white lions. 900 white lions. 900 white lions first call. 900 white lions second call. 900 white lions third call. And Srinivas P is sold to white lions for 900 points. Next player is Nandan DM, batsman from SandHut Sports Club with the base points 500. 500. Nandan DM 500. 500 parbals. 500 parbals. 500 parbals first call. 500 parbals second call. 500 parbals third call, and Nandan DM is sold to parbals for 500 points. Next player is Dishant Gowda R, batsman from SandHut Sports Club. Dishant Gowda R with the base points 500. Dishant Gowda R 500 points. Dishant Gowda R 500 points. Marshall Kings. 500 points. Marshall Kings. 500 points. Marshall Kings first call. 500 Marshall Kings second call. 500 Marshall Kings third call, and Dishant Gowda is sold to Marshall Kings for 500 points. Vishal Kumar Shetty from All Rounder set for 500 base points. Vishal Kumar Shetty is sold to White Lions for 1000 points. 500 points. Check. So guys, finally we have come for this bidding auction. Thank you all. And finally, we have all come to an end of this auction. Thank you all for coming here and participating, and thank you for the live audience for watching, and thank you the coach Nanda Kishore sir, manager Thimesh sir, and all the owners, captains, and the technical and organizing team who was behind this. I would like to thank you the coach for giving me this opportunity today, for being an host. Thank you. Coach. Coach. ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ. ನೀವೇ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಡಿ.
On the camera? Okay. Thank you for all the team owners and the captains who bid. coming over here and planning every bit of your own team is really, really hard. You went through all the calculations and it was very intense also. Thank you for making this wonderful event entertaining, and we all hope this carries through all the SPL League 2025. It was a grand success for us to see that the auction went very smoothly. Yeah, it was a bit here and there. We had some technical issues, but yeah, you guys supported us at every moment, and thank you for that. And I do appreciate everyone. Clearing the closing part of this auction session will be today now. So what I'm going to inform is like few things. One is every player who has selected for each teams will be informed individually, and they will be put on to some WhatsApp group, and they will be communicated through there. Uh, we will be in touch, and our admin team will be contacting each player. So no need to worry about when do we connect or you need to connect. We will only collect to you guys. No worries. And other club players or the academic players, we will reach out to you. There is no worry of that. We will reach out to your coaches or the person who referred to these leagues. We will take care of those things. I hope I cleared everything. So, counting that, I am winding up this session, and thank you all for coming again. And a huge applause for the technical team who sat and gave the uh, entire entire session going smoothly. And I cannot take a pick at names because everyone are contributed in their own way. We'll post a picture for them with contribution. Thank you guys, and let's have a big blast on 2025 SPL 2025. Thank you guys. Have enjoyed it. End. Confidence in your thoughts. See in their eyes. Then you will not. You can do not have to.